So if he walks. All right, counsel, the witness has told me that she does have a hearing disability, but she would like to start out seeing if she can hear y'all from the tables, and if she can't, just come forward like you did before with the previous witness and make sure you stand where the jury can see her.
Yes,
okay?
Thank you.
All right, both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. You do not have to stand up. You sit down. Okay? All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to get started. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goebel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Now I'm going to refer to you as Michelle for the purpose of this hearing. Is that okay? So, Michelle, how do you know Tanner Horner?
I know Tanner. We moved in the neighborhood. I believe it was in 2001, and my son was friends with Tanner.
Are they close in age?
Yes, sir. My son's older than Tanner, like a year.
Okay. And was your son and Tanner similar in other ways besides their age?
Yes, sir.
And how was that?
They both have Asperger's, and they were both bullied a lot in the neighborhood. We lived in a neighborhood that was kind of bad. I didn't know it was bad when I moved in there, but we found out real quick. I drove my kids to school, my children to school every single day. And but sometimes I had to work later, and my son would ride the bus. And when my son would ride the bus, Tanner rode the bus also. And sometimes Tanner got locked out of his house when he was just a little boy. My son was probably 11 when we moved in the neighborhood. And so that would make Tanner 9.
So let's start by backing up on the bullying. You said that they were both bullied, or just Tanner?
No, they were both bullied.
And who was doing that?
There was some neighborhood boys in the neighborhood. There was like 3, and then those 3 had a couple other ones that were older. There were like 2 older ones, and then the 3 boys, they had 2 older ones, and then they had one that was, I think, younger than Tanner, I think.
And what do you mean by bully?
They would beat them up.
Like physically?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the injuries?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever try to intervene?
Mm-hmm. All
Okay,
the time.
could you say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're fine.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Anna.
Yes, sir.
So, how did you try to intervene?
Well, one day when my son saw Tanner sitting on the porch, and my son said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." He went down there.
Did y'all
and-
object to hearsay? To what somebody else told her?
Go ahead. You can say it. Go ahead.
My son came home and said, "Mama, I have to go down there and save Tanner." And I said, "Okay." And so my son ran down there to save Tanner, and then my son ran home and said, Mama, they're after me, they're after me. And I said, who? And then so those boys came to my house and they came to my door. And that one mean boy had on the ball cap. And his ball cap was on my head right here. And I said, you might have to go through me before you get to my boy. And I said, and I did say this, I said, bad boys, bad, because they were all three. I said, bad boys, what you going to do when they come for you? And I dialed 911. And the police came, and all them boys, and I think the little boy he was probably 9 years old, and they were all getting arrested at that time. And that was, I don't know what year or anything like that, but
Let's
then,
keep it question and answer.
Slow down for just a second here. Well, let's, can you, I want you to jump forward a little bit on those three particular boys. Besides calling the police, was there other ways that you ended up kind of intervening in their lives?
Well, those boys had a bad upbringing. They were very poor. And I made friends with them because their living situation was real bad. And so I walked a lot in the neighborhood. And I
Let
made,
me go ahead and get two questions.
but I walked by where those boys lived.
Sure.
And so that's how I knew that they had a bad neighborhood, and I made friends with the mom and the daddy. And I told those boys that if they needed a place to stay in the winter, in the rain, that they could come stay at my house. And so I made friends with them.
And why would they have needed a place to stay?
They lived in a tent in the yard.
Did you ever take anything to them?
I took clothes for my son.
Now let's go back to Tanner for a second. You talked about Tanner being locked out of his house. How often did you see that?
A lot.
So he would come home from school and he just couldn't get in. So did your son play with him outside? What did they do?
No. Sometimes Tanner would come over and I'd give him snack, and then Grandma would get home and then he would go home.
Now, do you know why no one would have been home when he came home?
Grandma was working.
She worked a lot?
Well, she had to. She was the only one that I knew of that was taking care of Tanner and the little boy.
Did you get to know her?
I met her a few times. I was very busy. And when I met her a couple times.
Do you know who else lived with Tanner?
His little brother, and his grandpa.
And well, you talked about the little brother. Did you ever see Tanner with his little brother?
Some. He
And-
wagged him around some.
He was what, dragging him around? Is it just like a typical older brother thing, or? And how did you see him treating his brother?
He was kind to his brother.
Do you know if Tanner had his own room in the house?
He had a room, but it wasn't his room. It was his mom's room, but she wasn't there. But then when she came home, he was maybe 13, 14 years old. She had been gone that long. And he had to share it with the little boy. And then when the mama came home, he had to go live out in the shed. And my son was down there helping him clean it up. And my son came home and said, Mama, it's terrible. I can't do it. Because my son has Asperger's also, and they have to have structure. And my house was structured for my son, and when my son saw that, they go like this. I can't do it, Mama, I can't do it. Will you help us? And I said, I don't have time, babe. I don't have time to help do that. That when they're in a bad structure and it's not lined out for them, or if something changed, for instance, if
Okay, let's keep this question and answer.
Okay. So can you talk about your son having Asperger's and Tanner being different too? What were some of the other things you noticed about Tanner that made you think he was neuroatypical?
Tanner wasn't as mature. He was more younger than his age.
Now, eventually, so the whole time you knew him, was it always that way? He didn't
Yes, sir.
mature? Did that lack of maturity and the living situation eventually put a strain on his friendship with your son?
Yes, sir.
Did they stop hanging out?
That wasn't what happened.
Okay, tell me.
My son was bullied so much at school that in 7th grade, 8th grade, he was in the alternative school quite a bit. And he liked it in the alternative school because he was like the only one, and there was only like 2 or 3 people, and he made really good grades, and he did really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I took my son out of the public school and put my son in a Christian school. And so then he wasn't around Tanner as much because then he made different friends.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Tanner have a lot of friends?
Mm-mm. Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry.
And was there a time when Jackie had suggested that the boys have a joint birthday party?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that?
Mm-hmm. Because Tanner didn't have very many friends, and he and my son was his friend. And Jackie noticed that we were loving on Tanner, and she found out that they had the same birthday. Tanner's is one day before my son's, but my son was in 89. And she worked where she could make cakes. And so I let my son, and we had a birthday party down at Tanner's house for them. I don't remember the year or how old they were.
How'd the party go?
It was nice.
Did you ever see Tanner with a girlfriend?
Mm-hmm. Tanner had his first girlfriend. I don't remember how old, and I'm not going to mention her names, but he was so excited, and he brought her to meet me.
Did he?
He was happy.
Sweet. What about music? Did you see Tanner develop an interest in music?
They liked Christian rock.
Uh-huh.
There's different types of Christian music, and they liked the more hard rock Christian music.
So you say they, you mean Tanner?
My son and
So
Tanner.
they both kind of had this musical
Mhm.
interest.
And then Tanner got a guitar, and he played the drums.
Yeah.
And so my son eventually would go down there and in the shed, and my son wanted a guitar, so I got my son a guitar. And then there was these big boys, older boys than Tanner and Herman.
You're all right.
Okay, just go on.
And they ransacked and stole their guitars and broke into my son's house, our house, and stole my son's guitars. A guitar.
Did you talk about kind of the ways that your son and Tanner might behave differently? Did you ever see Tanner act out?
I never saw Tanner act out.
And you had mentioned Tanner's mother, maybe moving back in. Did Tanner ever mention his mother to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did he say he missed her? Or
He missed
was
his
mad at her?
mama. He wanted his mama.
And what, as a mother of a child with Asperger's, what are some of the difficulties that you had to deal
Oh,
with?
gosh. Like I said, okay, may I give a for instance, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you told them, we're going to go have pizza after school, and that's what they think about all day long. We're going to go have this pizza, okay? You pick them up from school, and you say, well, we can't go have pizza. We're going to go have a hamburger. I don't want a hamburger. I want pizza. You said we were going to have pizza. Maybe we're going to have a hamburger. We've been invited. I don't want to go. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. And then the aggravation, like 100 times. If you, a normal person, changed the plans, it would be, okay. But they've been thinking about that pizza all day long. And you cannot change their routine like that. You can't change it. If you say,
Okay. Now you talked about your son actually did better in the alternative class.
Mhm.
Were there resources
Yes, sir.
that were helpful for him to succeed?
yes, sir.
What kind of things would help?
Just being in that environment, the smaller environment, where there was only 2 or 3 children in that environment, it was, they have a very hard time in a big setting. It's very hard for them. It's hard for them to comprehend a big group. My son that was the only time my son had a birthday party with somebody else. That was his birthday. He's not having a birthday party with anyone. My dad and my nephew's birthday is in August. He did not even want to have his birthday with his grandpa or his nephew. It was his day.
I want to ask you a question about you. Have you been involved in prison ministry?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about that, please?
I did prison ministry just with the women, Tarrant County, for 5 years. And street ministry and homeless ministry also. I'm still doing homeless ministry and street ministry to this day. We can't be conformed to the world. We have to have a renewing of your mind. You can't be conformed to the world. You have to transform your mind into God. And if you let God transform your mind, then things can be better. And people just have to know that Jesus can change your world. Jesus can change your mind, and Jesus can make things better. He can, and he will if you let him. If you let him in, he will, and he can.
I'm going to look at my notes here real quick.
I even let
Okay, hang on. Let
Hold
me
on one
ask a
second.
question.
1 second, Michelle. I'll get it back. Here, I'll pass the witness. Thank you, Michelle.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me just ask you talked a little bit about your son. How's your son now?
My son now is maturing more now than he ever has. He had an upset a year and a half ago, and it was a death in the family, and it just took him down hard. There was no communication between he and I. If you say one wrong word, it blocks the communication. But my son is older, and he's more mature now. He has 2 children he has to take care of, and they're great children. My grandson plays 3 instruments. My granddaughter is an excellent draw. She can draw and paint. My son his wife works and he stays home and has taken care of the children their entire life.
So, wife works, he's married and got 2 kids.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you saw Tanner Horner?
We moved out of the neighborhood in 2011, or probably 2011.
So that's
15 years.
15 years ago, that's the last time you saw him?
Yes. No, that's not true. I saw Tanner one day at the gas station, and he came up to me, and he was like, hi, do you remember me? Kind of like a little kid would. And I said, of course, Tanner, I remember you.
So other than that, you haven't had any contact with him in the last 15 years?
Correct, sir.
That's a witness.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is your next witness here?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Come in. Good morning. Go put those down. If you'd raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God. Okay, just have a seat. Be careful. That chair's kind of, it's a county issue, so be careful, okay? Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Don't be nervous. You'll do just fine, okay? All right, Mr. Coble.
Your Honor, may I
Ms. Ayers.
approach?
Oh,
May I approach the witness?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. And will this be your witness?
Yes, Your
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
You doing okay?
I'm just very nervous about being here, and I'm just very nervous right now.
Well, I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. As you know, we are not using your real name today, and you've asked to be called Jay, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Jay, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your relationship with Tanner Horner. How do you know Tanner?
I met him back in 2014. Through a mutual acquaintance, I'd really like to give the specific details on who, but we have a mutual acquaintance, and at that point we became friends.
Well, how long have you known him?
From that point, we were really good. We were close from 2014 all the way up to, I'd say, I think 2017 or 2018.
Now, Jay, you said that you had met Tanner through mutual acquaintances. Was Tanner dating one of those acquaintances?
No, ma'am.
Was Tanner later dating another acquaintance of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
When was it that he was dating that acquaintance of yours?
I'd say 2015 or 16.
While he was dating this acquaintance, would you two get together and hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how often would y'all get together and hang out?
I'm trying to think because the dates are kind of when I lived in that area. He'd usually come over every other day, and on the weekends we stay up all night laughing, watching Spirit Science and other stuff.
What is Spirit Signs?
It was a YouTube channel show that he showed me about crystals and energy and all that stuff.
At some point, did Tanner and your acquaintance end their romantic relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
After that, did y'all still continue to hang out?
Not as often. I shortly moved away from that area, and by that point, I started seeing him less and less. And once I started my own, when I got married, we stopped seeing each other at that point.
When after Tanner and your acquaintance broke up, you said that you didn't see him often, but did you still consider him a friend?
At that point, yes. And in fact, I didn't start seeing him again until around 2021. I was going through issues with a relationship, and I had nobody to help me with my son. And so I was working with a security detail at the time, and I would occasionally drop my son off with him and his wife and his son, and so they would watch him while I went to work.
Did that help you out a lot?
Yes, it helped me keep my job.
So over the years, it seems like you've spent a lot of time with Tanner. How well would you say you know him?
Years ago, I could say I know him pretty well, but as the time progressed from that point, we went distant. It was in 2022. I moved to another city, and at that point, I stopped talking to him and stopped talking to me, and that was pretty much the end of it. Then I saw in the news about what was going on, and I was still in shock to believe this because this didn't seem like the Tanner I had once known. So I didn't know what to make of it, and I was, I looked at my son and I was like, kind of shocked because I was still processing this because not every day that someone you would consider your best friend at the time, you'd think that.
Well, Jay, you said that when you saw the news, you were shocked because that wasn't the Tanner that you know. So
Yes,
let's
ma'am.
talk about the Tanner that you knew back then. What kind of guy was Tanner when y'all were hanging out like that?
Well, I don't exactly have common sense, but I always thought Tanner as a kind of like a goofball, someone fun to hang out with, because he'd show up smoking cigarettes, making jokes, playing Yu-Gi-Oh card game with me, and just laughing and drinking alcohol. So
Well, what's Yu-Gi-Oh?
it's a card game based off the TV show that came out, I believe, in 1999.
What kind of show is that?
It's an anime kids show. Wow. Oh, it's an anime show. It was originally targeted for teenagers, but for kids, for America, wound up making it for like 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, and that's kind of what I was growing up on. So it was kind of cool to find someone who could play that card game.
Other than the Yu-Gi-Oh, why do you think y'all got along so well?
Well, since I had graduated high school at the time, it was hard to find other people who shared the same interest I did at that point, and we just hit it off. We had a good time, and so
Did y'all have the same, similar sense of humor?
kind of, yeah.
Y'all like the same kind of TV shows?
I wasn't really into the spirit science. I would just watch it to, like, he'd wanted, he said, hey, come watch this. However, he did get me onto a TV show, YouTube channel called Team 4-Star, which is probably the funniest YouTube channel I've watched.
I'm going to write that one down. I'll have to check that one out. Did y'all have the same taste in music?
Yes.
What kind of music were y'all listening to?
We were listening to rock, metal, heavy metal, screamo, pretty much that.
You mentioned screamo. What is screamo?
It's pretty much when you're screaming the lyrics.
So more screaming, less singing?
It depends on how you want to look at it.
Okay. Through the years that you knew Tanner, did you ever have the opportunity to meet his family?
Yes, I did. I met his grandparents, and I've always liked them. Bill used to tell me, out of all the people that Tanner brought over, he respected me the most, and I think it's because I had a grandparent who was in the military at one point, and seeing Bill, I had respect for him, and I know Tanner and him never really got along together, but I've always liked Bill, and he, in fact, before he passed away, he handed me a book to read, and I really wish I could remember the name of it. I'm sure I have it still. And but I was always respectful to him and Jackie was always sweet and nice to me. Anytime I came over, she asked if I wanted anything, or yeah.
Well, it sounds like Bill was tough on Tanner.
Yes, I'd say just the typical amount, like, hey, get your room clean, hey, don't talk like that, and come on, you need to respect me and Jackie, that kind of deal. I never really seen Bill as like rough, I just seen him as any other person would see a man of that statue.
Well, Jay, did you ever see Bill yelling at Tanner?
Yes, I've seen that multiple times.
When he was yelling at Tanner, what kinds of things was he saying to him?
I don't remember what the conversation was about. I remember, the images in my head of him yelling, but I don't remember what it was about. I remember Tanner would turn around and he would roll his eyes and then would walk to his room or back in the backyard, pick up a cigarette, and he'd start smoking and venting towards me.
Did you ever hear Bill telling him that he was a screw off?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him telling him that he was a piece of trash, just like his mother?
I don't remember the part about the piece of trash part, but I know there was some comparisons to him and his mom. Unfortunately, a lot of that time, I get easily distracted, and when they showed me Doctor Who and the TV was on, I was, sorry, man, sorry.
That's okay. Do you recall a time when Bill got mad at Tanner just for accidentally breaking something?
Not to my recollection. I mean, it probably happened, but I don't remember.
Do you remember telling us a story about a ventilation hood?
No, that wasn't with Bill. That was at the place I was living at, and it belonged to a relative of mine, that ventilation hood.
Oh, okay. Did you meet Tanner's mother, Melissa?
One or two times.
What was she like?
She barely knew I was there. She was mostly cooped up in her room asleep most of the time. She, like I said, she didn't even acknowledge I was really there.
Did you ever see her and Tanner together?
Not really. Most of the time, hey, come over to my room, and I just chill in his room, or I'd sit in the living room, or one of those two.
Do you recall ever seeing Melissa or hearing Melissa badmouth him or belittle him or berate Tanner?
Yes.
Well, what was that like?
I remember one time I came over to his house to hang out with him, and we're sitting there in the living room, and I don't remember what they were yelling at, but she was screaming at him for something, and he was upset. He turned around, he pulled me, he's like, hey, come on. And then he said, I can't stand hers, and he said something else. Like, barely recall. It's been a long time.
Jay, during the time that you knew Tanner, do you know if how often was his mom around?
Not that often. Like I said, the two times I did see her, that was, she had came out of the room. Other than that, she was hardly ever there. I think she might have been incarcerated, or she was out somewhere. I'm not sure.
But you did know that she wasn't in the house?
She was hardly there.
And how did that affect Tanner?
Well, I think at that point, he was over it, and he didn't care anymore. I'm sure deep down it bothered him, but at a certain point, I think he just stopped caring.
Jay, I want to go back to this acquaintance that Tanner had been dating. How long did they date? If you know.
I think it was 2 or 3 years.
What was their relationship like?
One of them was very clingy. The other one was constantly hitting his own head because he'd rather hurt himself than hurt her. And then, she would turn around and antagonize him a couple of times. But there were moments where he would turn around and try to do sweet things for her.
You said that one of them was very clingy. Was that the woman?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that Tanner would hit his head rather than hurt her.
Yes.
Tell me about that. What would she do to make him want to hit his own head?
Well, I thought a lot of times she'd cut him off and wouldn't listen to him, and it would make him upset, and he would just go like that. Or he'd hit his head against the wall a few times.
And, Your Honor, for the record, I would like the record to reflect that the witness was making a fist and putting it to the side of his head several times.
Record also reflect.
Jay, when Tanner would hit himself in the head, how hard would he hit himself?
Pretty hard. I could hear it. I was like, "Hey, dude, you all right there?" And then he'd spit, and he'd take another puff from the cigarette or whatever, and he would try to tell me she's driving me freaking crazy, and he would admit on how she was making him feel.
In spite of all of the antagonism, and despite how many times she antagonized him, did you ever see Tanner become physically aggressive towards this woman?
No.
Instead, would he turn that towards himself?
Yes.
Was that common for him to hit himself in the head like that?
Yes.
How often would you see things like that happen?
Things would be fine. If he was coming over to visit with me, he'd be fine and whatnot. But when she'd come over, about maybe after a few minutes, then there we go, the yelling and the cursing, and that's when he would start hitting himself.
Could you tell what would trigger these, for lack of a better word, these meltdowns?
Just about anything. He might have looked the wrong way, and she would get upset, and or he didn't do something, or he didn't know what she was thinking, and she'd get mad and scold him for it.
At any time during these meltdowns, did you ever see Tanner destroy property?
Yes, one of those times, there was a ventilation hood that was on that property I was staying at. It belonged to some relatives of mine. They were using it, and he turned around, he took his frustration out on that.
Did you ever see Tanner take his frustrations out on another human being?
No, not even when my spouse had kicked him in the groin.
Tell me about that. What happened?
We were at Walmart late at night, and we were laughing, joking around, and she was playing, and she got him in the groin, and he was in a lot of pain. He was so mad. He just suggested, just take me home right now. And so I dropped him off, and then my spouse and I continued to go about our evening.
Now, Jay, did you said that you and Tanner had similar tastes in music and that he was a good musician. Was Tanner ever in a band?
Yes, Sacred Sound.
What kind of band was that?
It wasn't quite screamo or hardcore. It was, I'd say, more like punk rock.
Were they good?
I thought so. I liked the band.
Did you go see a lot of their shows?
When they went to Tomcats, I did.
Did you ever see, you said Tomcats. Was that an all-age venue?
No, I think there were 21 and up. I can't remember. I know it was a venue on Altamere.
Did you ever see any young women hanging out with the band?
Well, there's a lot of young women there. I think so. It's kind of a blur on that part. Like some of the memories I have of Tomcats and of the band, I barely recall. I have one image where it was Jackie there was trying to sell merch, and there was also one image where I climbed up on their bus. They were showing me out, and that was pretty cool.
During the time that you spent with Tanner and the band and those people, did you ever hear any allegations of sexual abuse against any of these young women?
Judge, I'll object. That calls for hearsay.
Sustained. No, you don't have to answer.
Oh, sorry.
And Your Honor, that does not it's not hearsay because it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted?
The objection is sustained.
Jay, a minute ago you had talked about Tanner hitting himself in the head and that he would smoke a cigarette or something to help him calm down. What did you mean by or something? Did you ever see Tanner smoke marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
In the environment where Tanner grew up, were there a lot of people around him that did drugs?
Other than his mother, not entirely, no, not that I know of. I mean, his band and, you know, did pot, they did pot, no.
When you saw Tanner smoking the marijuana, was it, you know, just the two of you, or were you more in a social setting?
It was just the two of us.
Jay, did Tanner ever confide in you about being sexually assaulted himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'll object, that's hearsay.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
Did he give you any details without saying what he said? Was he able to give you details?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I'll still object, that's still hearsay.
All right, we hadn't gotten into a conversation. Go ahead.
Was he able to give you any details?
Well,
Judge,
he
that
was
calls
able
for
to, but
speculation,
he,
I'll object to that. That calls for speculation on his part.
Sustained is to speculation.
Jay, after that initial conversation where Tanner confided in you about being sexually assaulted, did he ever mention it to you again?
no, ma'am. It was one of the times we were drunk together and it slipped out, and when I asked him about it, he didn't give me any details.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Sir, you hung out with Tanner all the way through 2022, didn't you?
We didn't hang out like we did in those first, like 2014 and 2015. It wasn't like that. It was ever so often we'd hang out at that point.
And it kind of seems like a little bit, y'all kind of partied together a little bit. Is that right?
It was, no, not entirely. It was those first 2 years of 2014 and 2015 before I messed up my life and then fixed it.
But back during that time, you talked a little bit about marijuana. That wasn't the only drug you and Tanner did together, was it?
No, sir.
And what all drugs did y'all do together?
We did acid and we also did Molly.
Okay. And did you get that Molly from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Did you get the acid from Tanner?
Yes, sir.
Were you doing acid and Molly before you got it from Tanner?
No, sir.
Talk a little bit about Bill, and that'll be the last thing I'm going to ask you. You said that you respected Bill, right?
Yes, sir. He was not only was he a veteran, he was a good man.
And that you said something to the effect that he was trying to teach Tanner how to act and how to behave,
Yes, sir.
and you respected that.
Yes, sir.
You think that's a good thing for a parental figure to teach a kid how to behave and how to have respect for people around him?
Yes, sir. I'm instilling that into my child.
Pass the witness, Ron.
Read it right.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
May he be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Just go with the deputy. All right, we're going to take a short break, okay? Call you back in just a little bit.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goebel, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Anderson? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to speak to you again. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to refer to you as Thorne. Is that okay?
You have to answer out, yes or no.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes or no's. Housekeeping first. Now, you are a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
And you were convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and assault family violence with impeding breathing circulation, correct? And you were also convicted of assault causes bodily injury to family member.
Correct.
Now, how did you meet Tanner?
Living in Lake Worth, just overheard his music one day and went to his house.
So you just walked up and how did,
Knocked on the door with his grandmother and she said, just go on back.
and where did you go?
Just back to the room where it's a shed where his room was, AC and stuff. And he had a drum set, amps and guitars, and him and Jonathan Harper back there making music.
Were you by yourself?
No, I was with a friend of mine.
And you friends from then on?
Yeah, we eventually just got to know each other, hung out a lot more.
Now tell me, was Tanner serious about his music?
He seemed very serious about music.
Did you ever see him be too hard on himself?
All the time.
What did that look like?
Just not a lot of self-confidence, or always pushing himself, or not noticing that he was as good as he thought he was. Always trying to push himself, I guess.
Did he play more than one instrument?
He played just about any instrument he could get his hands on.
What about drums? Was that his best?
I would think so.
Was he a pretty good drummer?
Yes.
Did he ever teach you to play any of the instruments?
To the best of his abilities. Tried to teach me to play guitar.
What about singing?
He encouraged me to open up and sing more.
Was that good for you?
Was.
Was Tanner in a band when you met him?
I believe so.
Or did he join one at some time?
Yes.
What was the name of that band?
The first one I'm not sure of, but Sacred Sound.
And did you ever hang out with that band or work for them or anything?
On occasion, I did a roadie for them, helped with equipment for one of their shows in Dallas.
What was that like?
That was an experience. It was fun. Opened for one of my favorite bands.
Do you know why he left that band?
I thought it would be just problems with the other members.
So what did you and Tanner do when you weren't playing music?
Hung out a lot, walked down to the little beach area. His neighbor had a boat he let us take out any time. Watch a lot of movies, animes, cartoons, really just hung out.
For people that don't know, what are anime?
Just adult cartoons.
Not
They're,
American usually? Are they American usually, or?
There's several American ones, but they're mostly Japanese or foreign. Illustration and
Now that style, does that involve like big displays of emotion sometimes?
yes, sir, it does.
Hard to miss what the character's thinking.
Yes, sir.
What about video games? Did you all ever play video games?
Absolutely.
A lot or a little?
Quite a bit. Me more so, I believe.
Did you or Tanner or both of you ever use drugs when you were hanging out?
I smoked marijuana. And yeah, he did as well.
Okay.
And there was a time where he had a job at Walmart, so he used K2 substitute, and I believe that was just because they drug tested.
Was K2 legal at that time?
It was.
Now, I want to ask you about Tanner, how he what you observed, basically. How did Tanner handle a new or a difficult situation?
Not as rationally as the next person, or just not greatest at problem solving.
Did you ever know him to get flustered?
Yes.
Can you tell me, give me some examples?
Just while he's drumming, if he's working on a new song and he knows that he missed something, I can notice that he gets flustered while he's drumming. He'll yell or he'll hit himself off beat or something.
Were you with him when a vehicle broke down one time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I'm not sure what the vehicle was. It was a van when they had back seats that reclined into couches and such. It broke down on the highway, and I don't know, rationally I would have just pulled over and dealt with the problem, but it seemed to escalate in his mind much further than it needed to. And
So what ended up happening? Getting pulled over to the side of the road?
I think he stopped on the middle of the bridge. Yeah, on the crossover.
Now, you said the K2 that he was using at the time was legal, right?
Correct.
Was there a time when he did something irrational about that?
Did something rational about it?
Irrational with the
Irrational?
K2, yeah. Got flustered.
I guess there's an incident where his grandfather had walked in, and instead of just putting it aside, he threw it clear across the room and gave it away. It wasn't very, the processing wasn't there. I don't know.
What about conflict? How did Tanner handle conflict?
Conflict, I've never seen him run towards it, or he doesn't chase conflict. I've never seen him get in an altercation with anybody.
Do you have any examples of when he avoided getting into an altercation with people or with you?
There's an situation where I had stolen his phone, and instead of being mad about it, he'd let it go. Conflict. Aaron, one of our friends, I'm sure Aaron was kind of a bully. I don't know. And instead of standing up to him, he would never push conflict or try to fight against him or fight back.
So, what about like social cues and social settings? Did Tanner ever struggle with those?
I believe he did.
In what way?
Not being able to read the room when, say, someone was uncomfortable with the music he was playing, or the level of the music, how loud it was, or such like that, or continue or dragging on conversations that have reached their end.
Did Tanner ever let you stay with him?
Say again?
Did Tanner ever let you stay with him?
He did.
And what happened? Why?
There was a time in my life where I could no longer stay with my grandmother in Lakeworth. So instead of me trying to figure out where to stay next, he just offered me to stay there for a short period of time against his grandmother and grandfather's better judgment.
And you talked about his grandmother was the first member of the family you met. What was she like? Or what is she like?
An angel. Very loving person.
You think really highly of her? Did you meet Tanner's grandfather?
I did.
And tell us about him.
Same way. He's just a very nice, open person.
What about his mother?
Not so much. I've met her occasionally, but I did not personally know her.
So was there an issue there that you two kind of had in common?
No. As in,
With his mother, him having some issues with his mother, and maybe you being able to be someone he could confide in?
he could confide in me about that, yes.
What, did you ever have a chance to meet Tanner's father?
I believe I did once
Okay. When was that?
at a Halloween party
Uh-huh.
that his father threw, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
But that was your only time being around him?
Correct.
And Tanner's brother, was that just a typical relationship or something else?
Brother?
Yes.
Yes, just typical younger brother, older brother relationship.
So the two of you hang out with him much or not?
Let me know.
No, sorry.
That's all right.
No, sir.
Fine. You remember Tanner ever having a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything particular about that, or was it just normal?
It seems fairly normal.
Now, was there a time when you and Tanner kind of grew apart or weren't hanging out?
Just grew apart, lived separate lives.
And did you have a chance to reconnect with him?
There was when I was running the Jimmy John's store, he came in to, I guess, to get a sandwich. He didn't know I was working there. And that was the last time I saw him.
Did he get flustered that day?
No, he seemed fine. Oh, actually, I apologize. No. The mayonnaise incident. He got flustered. I guess he's watching his weight. He's trying to get healthy. So when he came in, he ordered a sandwich, and he used an app to calculate his calories. And I guess he mistaken and forgot to remove the mayonnaise, and it sent his calorie count way high. And he just got really flustered. And instead of breaking it down and checking his app,
Is that something visual when you say you got flustered? Can you
yes,
see?
visually flustered.
What does that look like?
Shaking back and forth, rocking back and forth, not sitting still, just seemed anxious.
And you recognize that from...
Yes, I recognize that as Tanner. That's kind of how he was.
So that was kind of typical that he could get flustered over something as small as the calorie count.
Yes, sir.
Now, when Tanner was arrested on this charge, Did you have a chance to send letters to him?
I did.
Did you call him, or he call you?
He did contact me.
Did you all ever discuss this case?
No,
And was there a reason for that?
there was not. When I first learned of this case, I was under the impression of the story that he released, but he had hit her, and I believed the story.
Did he ever tell you that he wasn't supposed to talk about his case, or did you tell him he wasn't supposed to? Or
I've been through the court systems before. I understand that a case such as that, you should not and should be talking about it. And he did also emphasize that he won't give out any details.
Did Tanner ever show you a picture of his son?
I believe he did, yes.
How did he seem about that? Did he seem like a proud dad, or what?
Seemed like a very proud father.
Now, going back to his charges a little bit, you understand he's charged with kidnapping and murder of Athena Strand,
I do.
and you know that he's entered a guilty plea,
I do.
and that this is the punishment stage of his trial.
I do.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, in talking to this, apparently, according to you, Mayo or lack thereof set him off.
Correct.
Now, when you said y'all grew apart, and I'm not going to ask you details, do you have a family now?
Correct.
You have kids?
I do.
I'm not going to ask you names or anything like that, but you do. Right.
Correct.
Okay. Seems like you have a pretty good assessment of his grandmother and grandfather.
I do.
Would it be right to say that they provided for him?
Yes, it would be.
Would it be right to say that they helped him out even in his older years when he was, say, over 20, even 30 years old?
I would not know that.
Well, during the time that you were around them, were they helping him out
Correct.
financially,
Yes.
food,
Yes.
gave him a place to live?
Yes.
Now, kind of sounds like you guys might have partied together a little bit. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And y'all didn't just smoke marijuana, right?
Correct.
Y'all drank?
Yes, sir.
What other substances were y'all doing together?
K2?
Okay. No acid?
No, sir.
No. Tanner doesn't. He doesn't do acid.
Not that I'm aware of.
He doesn't do other controlled substances like Molly, MDMA, ecstasy, anything like that.
Not that I'm aware of.
So you know the original story of that Tanner told everybody about
Yes,
what he
I do.
did. You know that's a lie, right?
Yes, it is.
You know that he kidnapped her. Now, you know that now,
He's being put guilty for it, yes.
right? And you know that he murdered her after he kidnapped her.
Yes.
You know there's evidence of sexual assault.
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation on his part. It's not.
Overruled.
Trial.
You may answer the question if you know.
I was unaware.
You have kids. I mean, how does that make you feel?
Not good, sir.
Now, just to clarify, when we talked about the Mayo and what him looking flustered looked like, was that him being violent, or were you seeing movements? What were you saying there?
No, sir, not violent, just irrational, not irrational, just anxious, just
So not the way you would expect a normal person to process that.
yes.
Pass it, Ms. Young.
Mr. Stanton,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna have to send you back to your jury room because I've got some legal stuff that I've got to work through. And it's probably gonna be till after lunch. So bear with me, okay? See you in a little bit.
Yeah. I think he just got here to the building, so we'll bring him up.
Oh, perfect. All right. We'll be in recess, everybody.
Are you going to the war room? Would you grab my sippy cup for me, please? Thanks.
Waiting on Steve to come back. All right, y'all ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's go. We're missing one. Everybody can be seated. That's why they put extra chairs in there, so I can make sure that everybody's here. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn previously to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we proceed with Dr. Ryan, the defense offers, make sure I get the numbers correct, defense exhibits number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84, which have all been on file with the clerk of court, and the state has also been given copies.
Any objections?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense exhibits 80 through 84 are admitted.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ryan. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Dr. Ryan, if you would please just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Dr. Eileen Ryan.
And Dr. Ryan, what do you do for a living?
I am a professor of psychiatry and behavioral health at the Ohio State University College of Medicine. I'm the vice chair of clinical affairs, and I am a general adult, child and adolescent, and forensic psychiatrist.
Could I
And
have you
Dr. Ryan?
slide that over just a little bit? Your voice is very soft, so there you go.
That's the first time anyone's said
I
that.
understand. Ms. Anderson.
That's something you and I share in common. Dr. Ryan, tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
So I graduated undergraduate from New York University. I went to medical school at Midwestern University, which then was called the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine. After that, I did a medical surgical internship at Baptist Medical Center in New York. Then I did my general psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship at the University of Pittsburgh Western Psychiatric Institute and Clinic. I did a forensic fellowship at the University of Virginia.
Dr. Ryan, you had said that you were a doctor of osteopathic medicine. Is there a difference between osteopathic and a medical doctor?
Not all that much anymore. Osteopathic physicians have education in osteopathic manipulative technique during medical school. There proportionately are more osteopathic physicians go into primary care, like family medicine, internal medicine, pediatrics, than MDs do. And I think osteopathic physicians have always prided themselves on having a more holistic approach, although I think teaching in an MD medical school now, I think MDs have certainly adopted that over the years.
Osteopathic manipulation, what does that mean?
Well, it's different from chiropractic, but it's manipulation of the musculoskeletal system for various, disorders. For example, back pain, various musculoskeletal disorders.
Well, Dr. Ryan, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in any other state?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Virginia, also and in Kentucky.
Are you board certified in any discipline?
Yes, I am board certified in general psychiatry, in child and adolescent psychiatry, and in forensic psychiatry.
Dr. Ryan, for this particular case, did you have to obtain a temporary medical license to practice in Texas?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you were a professor at Ohio State University. How long have you been a professor?
Since 2017.
You had also mentioned that you were a vice chair. What does that mean?
Basically, it is a title that encompasses the promotion of the clinical enterprise within the department. So my role is to basically promote clinical excellence in all of our clinical endeavors. So we have an 84-bed inpatient hospital. We have a huge ambulatory footprint, consult liaison, emergency, psychiatry. One of my roles is to integrate psychiatry into the medical center. So we have our psychiatrists in neurology and in our cancer hospital, etc.
So does that mean you still see patients?
Yes.
How often do you see patients?
I see patients probably about three days a week. My primary clinical role at this point in time is in our psychiatric emergency service at Ohio State. Because I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, I also work in the pediatric crisis department over at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I see some outpatients and I also do some inpatient work.
So you mentioned child and adolescent psychiatry. Is that your specialty area?
Well, it's one of my specialty areas.
What other specialty areas do you have?
I would say forensic psychiatry is one, also emergency psychiatry.
Is there any, do you have a focus within your clinical practice?
I would say that clinically I see patients with mood disorders. I guess what I would be most known for is suicidal patients, the study of and treatment of patients who are suicidal, risk assessment, violence risk assessment, a variety of clinical things that I do.
And you're a man correctional witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize this?
That's my CV or resume.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the experience that you bring to court today?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the defense offers Defense Exhibit number 78.
No objections.
Defense 78 is admitted.
Dr. Ryan, I was looking at your resume and I saw something related to University of Virginia.
Yes.
Were you the medical director at the, sorry, were you the medical director of the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy there?
Yes, I was.
What does that mean?
Well, the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy is really a think tank that assists in advising the state legislature, judges. Also, we have a clinic that evaluates primarily defendants. I also initiated doing more civil work. Also started the child forensic clinic. We also teach how to do various types of evaluations. For example, capital sentencing evaluations, insanity evaluations, competency to stand trial, sex offender evaluations, a variety of forensic evaluations.
So you're one of the people that trains people to do what you do?
I did when I was at UVA, and now I work with fellows. Those are individuals they're physicians who've completed medical school and their psychiatry residency, sometimes their child and adolescent fellowship also, and are now doing a forensic psychiatry fellowship.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever been published in any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
What does it mean to be peer-reviewed?
That means, well, maybe it's easier to talk about the process. You submit an article. It could be a research article, it could be a review article, it could be a variety of different types of articles to a medical journal. And then the editor sends that out to various experts in that field to review it and critique if it's suitable for publication, if the methodology is good, if it's something that adds to the research body, to the literature body. And then if it's accepted, typically nothing's accepted the first time around, and it's sent back with revisions, and if the authors are able to do the revisions and resubmit it, it may be published.
And Dr. Ryan, what type of articles have you written? What generally was your topic of publication?
Well, it would sort of vary depending on, kind of what my interests and work was at the time. And I started out at University of Pittsburgh being very interested in self-injurious behavior, so I wrote an article on that. People who cut themselves or headbang, things like that. I also have submitted and written articles that have been published on competency to stand trial, sexual assault, mood disorders among juvenile offenders, and also my research when I was at UVA was in violence against staff in a psychiatric hospital. So I had done research and published on that. I've published on mental illness and the death penalty. And other things, yeah.
Approximately how many times have you been published in peer review articles?
I guess I have never counted them up, but I guess about 15 times. And then I have book chapters also that I've written on suicide, malingering or deception, psychiatric emergencies, interviewing.
Other than book chapters, have you written any books?
Yes, I edited and wrote part of a book on juvenile sexual offending.
Dr. Ryan, have you ever consulted on legal cases before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you consulted on cases?
Probably over the last 25 years, I would say about at least 50 times. Maybe closer to 75.
Have you worked for both the state and the defense in these cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked in both state and federal court?
Yes, I have.
Dr. Ryan, are you being paid for your time to be here?
Yes, I am.
Now, I understand that you work for Ohio State University. How does that work with you working for them and you being here with us, do you get paid or does Ohio State get paid?
The payment goes to Ohio State.
Dr. Ryan, what is your hourly fee?
$700 an hour.
Is the standard within the practice that you've seen?
Yes, some less, some more. Some experts less, some experts more.
Approximately how many hours have you worked on this case so far?
I haven't counted them up again. OSU gets that payment, but I would say it's at least 100 hours.
Dr. Ryan, what were you asked to do in this case? What was what we call the referral question?
I was asked to do a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation for the purpose of mitigation.
What is a forensic psychiatric evaluation for purposes of mitigation?
So, mitigation in a capital case would be doing a thorough psychiatric evaluation to help inform the jury about the life of the defendant, and are there any mitigating factors that they might consider with respect to coming to the conclusion of death versus life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that's something that is law, essentially, that the death penalty, according to the Supreme Court, is reserved for the worst of the worst.
And I'm sorry for interrupting, Dr. Ryan. You had mentioned that you perform these evaluations, but is there testing involved in these evaluations?
Other experts potentially will do testing. I don't do testing. I don't think I have ever done testing in a capital mitigation case. Sometimes I will do testing in other types of forensic evaluations. But what I do in terms of my methodology is a comprehensive review of all of the records. That would be, do you want me to talk about what records I've reviewed? Okay.
Yeah. Were you provided, you said that you reviewed records. Did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is there a comprehensive list of the records that you reviewed contained within that report?
There is.
Are there any additional records that you reviewed after completing your report?
I want to add one thing, which during the previous hearing I was in error about. I didn't include my interview of the in-home therapist.
Okay.
So that was done prior to getting additional records. And then after completing my report, I received additional documents and provided the prosecution with a list of those. You who provided the prosecution with a list.
Dr. Where did you get the records that you reviewed?
From the defense team.
Did you receive any reports from other experts as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you rely solely on the records you received and the reports that you received from the other experts when doing your evaluation?
No.
What else do you do in an evaluation?
In this kind of a forensic evaluation, you do a comprehensive interview, typically several interviews, with the defendant, and I met with Mr. Horner for about 18 and a half hours over the course of 4 times. I also interviewed collateral sources of information, people who might be able to shed some light on the defendant, his development, his functioning. I met some of those individuals in person, others I interviewed by Zoom or by phone.
Dr. Ryan, why is it important to have all of this information?
Well, in any forensic evaluation, you have to have a low threshold for suspecting malingering. And so a forensic evaluation is different from and malingering would be being deceptive. A clinical evaluation, your threshold for suspecting that is much lower. People-
I'm sorry for interrupting, but would you please explain to the jury what malingering means?
Deception. Malingering is basically attempting to deceive with the purpose of some gain. So in a civil case, it might be attempting to, portraying yourself as far more impaired than you actually are in order to get a big payout, for example. In a criminal case, it might be feigning or pretending to be psychotic in order to, get an insanity defense, something like that.
And in order to determine whether a person is malingering, is that why you look at all of the records?
That's one of the reasons. Also, every individual, in every case, not only in forensic evaluations, often, there are family members and others who have more insight into how they function than they might have themselves. That's true of even neurotypical people. And with someone who has an autism spectrum disorder, that's even more the case.
Do you try to review all of the records before conducting the interviews with the client?
I review all of the records that I have received prior to interviewing the client. Yes, your client.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Dr. Ryan, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my report.
Is this the report that you prepared after interviewing Mr. Horner, reviewing the records, and interviewing all the final witnesses?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of your findings?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Defense Officer, Defense Exhibit number 79.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 79 is admitted.
Now, Dr. Ryan, in your review of the records, did you review records from the Wise County Health Systems?
Yes.
Did you review records from Tarrant County MHMR?
Yes.
Did you review records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes, I did.
Did you review records from the hospital known as Millwood?
Yes.
And did you review other records from the hospital known as JPS?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic psychiatric evaluation, how important is it to get a family history?
It's very important.
Why is it important?
Well, for a variety of reasons. One is you find out about the upbringing of the defendant. You also find out about the family mental health history, because many psychiatric disorders have a familial basis, a genetic basis that you want to be aware of. It's also important to, expounding on what I had said earlier, understanding the developmental history of any defendant. You really need to know what kind of a family they grew up in, what kind of influences they were subjected to, both positive and negative.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your interviews with all of the witnesses in this case, do you feel that you were able to get a pretty comprehensive medical history of Tanner's family?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the psychiatric history that you were able to obtain, specifically related to the maternal side. Was there any significant history of mental health issues on Tanner's maternal side?
Yes, there was significant mental health history on the maternal side. His maternal grandmother suffers from depression. She's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but she doesn't believe that she has bipolar disorder. And the records that I reviewed weren't very clear on that either. She also was very traumatized during her own childhood, sexually abused. His mother has a history of significant, severe mental illness. Now, she's been diagnosed with major depression with psychotic features, schizoaffective disorder, and bipolar disorder. Now, those disorders are kind of mutually exclusive. You can't have all three of those. But from reviewing the records, she had extensive psychiatric records that I reviewed. She has been psychotic, and it didn't appear that that was only in the context of substance use, that persisted even outside of substance use.
And I believe you said that all of these diagnoses were documented in medical records that you reviewed?
They were all documented in the medical records, yes. The maternal grandmother has several siblings, two of whom completed suicide. A sister who was apparently very successful and had a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, who killed herself when she was about 40. There's also a brother who killed himself by firearm, a younger brother. And she has other older brothers who have been diagnosed with one with paranoid schizophrenia, another one with bipolar disorder.
Why is all of this important when you evaluate Tanner for this particular case?
It gives me some insight into what kind of biologically based vulnerabilities he may have to mental illness. There's also, family history is also replete with substance use disorders. And those we know are also, there's an inherited basis potentially to those also.
With regards to the substance use disorder, and was that on both the maternal and the paternal sides?
Yes, there's the paternal side. His biological father died before I had any opportunity to interview him, but he reportedly, and there's actually medical records that I reviewed his records. He has a history of depression, significant substance use. He also had a serious suicide attempt while in jail, during which he was cut down, and in the process of being cut down, when he fell to the floor, broke his foot.
What do you mean cut down?
He was found hanging.
Dr. Ryan, I want to turn your attention to Tanner Horner in this case, all right? You said that you had reviewed all of the medical records in this case. Were you able to obtain a comprehensive history or view of Tanner's own psychiatric issues?
Yes.
Historically speaking, what kinds of diagnoses has Tanner had over his lifetime?
He has had over his lifetime Asperger's disorder, autism spectrum disorder, as the diagnostic category changed, major depressive disorder, recurrent and severe. He has had ADHD, significant attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That has been since childhood. He's also received the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. That was also in the medical records.
Based upon your review of the medical records, were you able to determine whether he had ever been prescribed any medications?
Yes, he was prescribed numerous medications over the years. When he was early adolescence, I believe, potentially middle school, he was prescribed what we call stimulant medication for ADHD, Metadate, and Concerta. He's also been prescribed Strattera, and that was prescribed quite recently prior to this offense, He's been prescribed several antidepressants, sertraline, which is Zoloft, mirtazapine, which is Remeron, and fluoxetine, which is Prozac. Also bupropion, which is Wellbutrin. He's been prescribed 2 antipsychotics, although it appears that those were prescribed more for sleep disturbance than any actual psychosis, olanzapine and quetiapine.
Dr. Ryan, are these medications consistent with the diagnoses that you saw in the records?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the specific instances that you read about in the records. I want to turn your attention to the records for Millwood in 2018. Do you recall an instance, or do you recall why Tanner was admitted to Millwood in September of 2018?
Yes. The police were called by his ex-girlfriend. He had indicated to her that she should look at Facebook because he was going to be killing himself. And she rushed over to where he was living at the time. I believe it was his grandmother's shed, and found him unconscious. And the police were called. And he was involuntarily admitted to Millwood. He didn't want to go voluntarily.
Do you recall how long he was in the hospital?
He was in the hospital for about a week.
I want to turn your attention to the records from Tarrant County in 2022. Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was seeing anybody at Tarrant County NHMR on a regular basis?
He was.
Specifically, in May of 2022, did he see his provider?
The individual who prescribed medication?
Yes.
Yes. And he also was seeing, I believe, a therapist too.
When he went to go see the provider, was an intake performed? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I don't recall exactly the intake itself.
Okay.
But he was diagnosed with major depression recurrent, ADHD, and prescribed antidepressants, 2 antidepressants, and Strattera.
Do you recall if he talked to his provider about any of the stressors in his life that he was experiencing at the time in May of 2022?
Yes, he basically went for treatment because he was feeling increasingly depressed and suicidal. He was not hospitalized at that time, but was referred to this something called a mobile crisis program, which is what he was involved in. He was under a great deal of stress. He had difficulties in terms of his relationship with his fiance's family. I believe that he was living with them and was having a lot of stressors around that, not only in terms of the relationship, but in terms of the number of people living in the house and just the noise factor and kind of the chaos in the home. He also was stressed by work. His fiance had experienced.
And I was going to say, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment because I want to go back to May of 2022. And then we'll get to the other issues that he was dealing with in just a moment. Based upon the records that you reviewed from Tarrant County, was the last date of service October of 2022?
Yes.
Was that about 6 weeks before the kidnap and murder of Athena Strand?
Yes, it was.
Now, after his arrest, was there an incident in the Wise County Jail involving Tanner?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I'm trying to recall. It was several months after he had been incarcerated in the jail. He attempted to kill himself by cutting his upper extremities and cutting lower extremities. And this was a serious suicide attempt in that when he was brought to the hospital, he was hypotensive, which means he had very low blood pressure due to loss of blood. And according to the records I reviewed, required a transfusion.
What is a transfusion?
A blood transfusion.
What does that mean?
It means that, and reviewing his labs, something called his hemoglobin and hematocrit were low, which indicates that he had lost a lot of blood. And his, if I remember correctly, I think his systolic blood pressure, which is that top number in your blood pressure, which is typically about 120, I think his was like 50 or 60. So he had lost quite a bit of blood.
What does it mean to have a systolic of 50 or 60?
That the term is hypotensive. He was not, his blood pressure was very low, and that means that there wasn't a lot of blood for the heart to pump around the body. And he was, if I remember correctly in the records, it seemed like he was confused, somewhat disoriented. So this was a legitimate and very serious attempt.
Dr. Ryan, in addition to the hanging attempt in 2018, the suicidal ideations in May of 2022, and the suicide attempt in the jail in May of 2023, were there other instances that you noted in the records of Tanner either causing self-harm or trying to commit suicide?
Well, there's the head banging and the self-harm that he experiences when he becomes very dysregulated and overwhelmed. But there was also an incident when he was hit with a plank by his grandfather. He didn't see that coming, in large part because of his difficulty with perspective taking and seeing, kind of how people are registering emotion. His father knocked him down with a plank or some big stick to the floor. And he indicated this to me, and his grandmother did also. And he went upstairs and cut himself very deeply in a suicide attempt. Then he came downstairs. He was bleeding profusely. His grandmother took him to the hospital, and he received 16 sutures. He did not reveal to the hospital personnel that he had cut himself. He said he had, I believe he told them that he had cut himself. He had fallen off a roof or something and fell onto a gutter and cut himself that way.
Dr. Ryan, based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Tanner meets the diagnostic criteria for autism spectrum disorder?
Yes.
What about alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder associated with exposure?
That's a little redundant on my part, but yes, a neurodevelopmental disorder related to fetal alcohol.
Does he meet the criteria for major depressive disorder?
Yes, he does, recurrent.
Post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes,
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder?
yes,
Motor tic disorder?
yes.
And you mentioned bipolar disorder rule out. What does that mean?
The records had numerous references to him having manic or what we call hypomanic episodes. And I believe that he has been diagnosed in the records at some point with having bipolar disorder. However, you know, the kind of evaluation that I'm able to do in a forensic evaluation is far more comprehensive than the kind of evaluations that I can do in 15 minutes in my practice clinically. I just don't have that kind of access in a psychiatric evaluation clinically. I was able to review all of these records, talk with numerous collateral sources, and also to talk with Mr. Horner himself, and I could not determine that he actually met criteria for that disorder. Because, you know, all of these disorders have pretty strict criteria. You have to meet a certain number of criteria in order to get the diagnosis. He clearly meets the diagnosis for major depressive disorder, but you have to have, for hypomania, 4 days at least of clear hypomanic symptoms most of the day on consecutive days. And for mania, it's 7 days. And I just couldn't get enough information to make that diagnosis.
So does that mean he didn't have bipolar?
No, it doesn't mean that. I just did not have enough information to make the diagnosis to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Okay, hold on one moment. Did you also have some diagnoses of substance use?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, how important are diagnoses for a forensic psychiatric evaluation in a capital murder case?
Well, just generally, the jury might consider these diagnoses, these disorders, to be mitigating. They certainly impact how Mr. Horner developed, moved through the world, how he came to be the person that he is.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these individual diagnoses. We have talked about autism throughout this trial. Based upon your review of the records and review of the reports from other experts in this case, was Tanner given a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder?
At some point later, yes. He was given the diagnosis of Asperger's disorder. And with the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, moving from DSM-4 to DSM-5, there was a change in that diagnostic schema. So there is no more Asperger's disorder. Individuals like Mr. Horner, who they would now fall under the category of autism spectrum disorder.
Is there a difference between Asperger's and autism?
Well, in the DSM-4, autistic disorder, Asperger's disorder, and something called unspecified pervasive developmental disorder were all under the diagnostic category of pervasive developmental disorder. And autistic disorder typically was describing individuals who were significantly impaired in terms of their intellectual ability. So they often, more than 70% would have fallen into the intellectually disabled category, what used to be called mental retardation, and they didn't have language. So that was the difference. Asperger's was the diagnosis for individuals who had normal or above average IQ and also had developed language. But they still had, they still had severe social communication deficits.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner and of the witnesses, what kind of deficits did he present throughout his life?
Well, he's had the major first criteria are persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction. And these have to be across multiple domains, not only in one domain. And he certainly, from the records, it was very clear that he had these difficulties. Deficits in what we call social emotional reciprocity. Being able to recognize social cues. I don't want to go into a lot of detail if that's already been gone into, but deficits in nonverbal communication. It was noted in the records that he made eye contact, didn't make good eye contact. What was interesting, and I suspect that this was related to some of the in-home therapy that he got, his eye contact was far too much throughout my evaluation. Staring, not doing, when typically when neurotypical people interact with someone, they don't maintain eye contact constantly. You drop your eyes, you look away a little bit. He very seldom did that.
And I'm going to stop you right there for a second. What significance is that?
That he has deficits in nonverbal communication. So that's one of the things that if you're with him for a significant amount of time, you start to feel a little uncomfortable, right? Because there's that staring. There's also deficits in developing and maintaining relationships, and that was very clear in the records and from the history that I got from collateral sources.
Speaking of the collateral sources, were the collateral sources that you spoke with, were they able to give you any further insight into the deficits that Tanner exhibited?
Well, I spoke with his mother and his grandmother. So they, his grandmother, particularly in retrospect, recognized deficits very early on. One of the things that she mentioned, which is very typical of autistic individuals, is instead of playing with a car the way that a little kid would play with a car, he was kind of focused on turning the wheels, which is kind of this focus on parts rather than the whole. They noted that he tended to play by himself. And when he was in preschool, other kids didn't really want to play with him. And also when they would approach him to play, he didn't interact with them in the way that other kids would be expected to interact. He had difficulty. Now, preschoolers are not known for sharing, but he was even more, focused on just doing his own thing. And the relationship issues have progressed throughout his life. That was noted in the school records. It was noted by the in-home therapist. These deficits that really prohibit him from taking other people's perspectives, communicating adequately, and then in adulthood, these kinds of deficits that you see with individuals on the spectrum, they become in many ways more pronounced in adolescence because you have to do things in adolescence in terms of relationships that are more complicated than during childhood. So things only got worse.
So Dr. Ryan, the information that you received from the collaterals, did they corroborate the testing of other experts? Did they corroborate what you saw in the medical records going back a decade?
Totally.
I want to talk about the diagnosis of major depressive disorder. How common is it to have a comorbidity of depression with autism?
Very common.
Did you find that to be the case with Tanner?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what major depressive disorder is.
So major depressive disorder is a mood disorder in which someone is pervasively depressed, down, sad mood, or losing interest or pleasure in usual activities for at least 2 weeks. And it's not a kind of on and off thing. It doesn't have to be every single minute, but it's pretty much most of the day, nearly every day for at least 2 weeks. And then you need to have 5 out of 9 symptoms in order to meet the criteria. For example, sleep disturbance, appetite disturbance, loss of energy, the loss of pleasure that I mentioned before, preoccupation with death or suicidal ideation, decreased concentration, feelings of helplessness, hopelessness. So there are 9 of them. I don't know if I mentioned them all in that, but you have to have at least 5.
Dr. Ryan, how does depression...
Can I just add one thing?
Oh, sure.
It has to really limit your functioning.
Well, how does depression affect a person's functioning?
Well, it's very individualized, of course, right? For some individuals, decreased motivation is another one of the symptoms. So, it can be an increase in sadness. It can be an increase in irritability. It might be a lack of motivation to work, for example. So you might see that someone with an excellent work ethic suddenly starts showing up late for work or isn't performing at work the way they used to.
What about cognitive abilities?
Definitely affects cognitive abilities in terms of memory, in terms of there are neural circuitry that's affected in depression, in terms of being able to utilize foresight. It does affect your cognition. It makes you slower potentially in terms of your thinking.
Dr. Ryan, another one of the diagnoses that you noted was attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. During your evaluation of Tanner, did he exhibit any signs or symptoms that would lead you to believe, or let me rephrase that. What signs or symptoms did he exhibit that led you to believe that ADHD was a valid diagnosis?
Well, you have to recognize that in a structured setting, I mean, we were in a interview room, just him and I, and even individuals with significant ADHD might be able to focus in interview. It's when they're in unstructured settings that you really see some of those deficits more profoundly. So with me, it was kind of difficult to separate out what was the autism versus what was distractibility secondary to ADHD. But he was distractible. He was also, kind of impulsive, but he had what I would call impulsive responding that was at times very inappropriate, that could also be related to his Asperger, his autism spectrum disorder. I think, if I may, I think what's important is recognizing that these comorbidities, rather than just being additive, are compounding. So when you're adding in primarily autism spectrum disorder, major depression, ADHD, and PTSD, you're creating problems that are more significant than each of those disorders creates individually.
Well, let's look at these three that we had just talked about. We talked about autism, depression, and ADHD. But before we do that, one thing that I wanted to ask you that I almost forgot about was there was testimony related to Tanner eating coins. that information be relevant to his ADHD diagnosis?
Well, yes. The records seem to indicate, and the history from sources that I spoke to, was that he had a particularly severe form of ADHD. We see that with individuals who have had exposure to alcohol prenatally. That is related to, that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is associated with pretty severe ADHD. That level of, kids pick up things and put them in their mouths, right? But it sounds like his eating coins was way out of proportion to what you would see, particularly if there was any level of supervision with just a kid who has ADHD. There's also, to be eating inanimate objects would be something called pica, which is another disorder. I don't have enough information to be able to diagnose that, but just eating random things that are objects.
Dr. Ryan, so when looking at the autism, looking at the depression, looking at the ADHD diagnoses, how would these three working together impact a person's ability to cope with anxiety or stress?
Just the autism spectrum disorder alone hampers one's ability to cope with anxiety and stress. So you add all of these other disorders, and you've got a compounding of his difficulties dealing with stress. And stress is kind of a very generic term, but there are very specific kinds of stressors that really are particularly problematic for him. So disruptions in routine, for example.
Right, and in about half a page, we're going to talk some more about the stressors in this case. But I want to go back to the diagnoses for a moment.
Okay.
These diagnoses that we talked about, they seem to have had an impact on impulse control. Now, with regards to the other diagnoses that he had, you had noted that there was a prenatal alcohol exposure. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Does a fetus have control over what the mother puts into her body?
No.
Are women supposed to consume alcohol while pregnant?
No.
Why not?
Well, alcohol is a neurotoxin, and there is a great deal of research on the toxicity to the fetal brain. It's not clear how much is too much. Some literature and research indicates that 2 drinks in one sitting can be, which I think may be a little excessive actually, but there's research that indicates that can be that can be toxic to the developing brain. It all really depends on where this kind of an insult hits. So, in Mr. Tanner's case, his mother was very heavily consuming alcohol for the first 8.5 weeks of
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Of the
I was going to ask, are there times in a pregnancy that a developing fetus is more vulnerable than other times?
Yes, the brain is developing during that first trimester.
And so what can happen if a mother drinks during the first trimester?
It can have a very negative effect on the fetus's developing brain.
What kind of effect can alcohol exposure have on a child's executive functioning?
It can very negatively affect executive functioning. And executive functioning is basically the frontal lobe of our brains. That area in the front behind the forehead is what is responsible for executive functioning, particularly what's called the prefrontal cortex. So that is important in terms of judgment, rational thinking, impulse control, those types of functions.
How can drinking during the first trimester affect adaptive deficit behavior?
Can you explain what you mean by that?
How about if I move on to the next question, because that one didn't make any sense. So, how can drinking during the first trimester affect a child's social and emotional functioning?
Well, particularly if it affects the frontal lobe, which is one of the areas that we would be looking at, it can affect their impulsivity. And as I said, children with fetal alcohol disorder, and there's two things. There's fetal alcohol disorder, right, which has characteristic facial features, which Mr. Horner does not have. And then there's what we call fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And individuals with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder have significant deficits with respect to impulse control, judgment, rational thinking, being able to kind of consider alternatives, and that's what in my opinion, we're seeing with Mr. Horner.
Are there any secondary diagnoses that are more prevalent for those with who have been exposed to alcohol in utero?
Well, ADHD is definitely one of them.
Is there a correlation between alcohol exposure and autism spectrum disorder?
There's no causation. That the research has not shown any, for example, that alcohol exposure causes autism spectrum disorder. However, many children with fetal alcohol exposure and fetal alcohol symptoms, they have autistic traits. So one of the questions is, both of the diagnoses can exist independently, but children who have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, children who have fetal alcohol syndrome can have autistic traits and have a higher percentage of autistic traits than the general population.
So is it correlative, not causative?
Definitely not causative. There's some correlation. Not between the disorder, but autistic traits.
Dr. Ryan, one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was talking about, I believe that you said a causative effect of all of these diagnoses and how they kind of built upon each other.
Compounding effect.
Compounding, that was the word. Explain to the jury how all of these deficits and all of these diagnoses can compound each other, because if you have 3 different diagnoses that all label impulse control, shouldn't that just be one impulse control issue?
No, because as I said, it compounds and creates more problems than if it's just each one individually. So for example, Mr. Horner tends to not only be impulsive, but to kind of what we call catastrophize, or think about worst case scenarios and jump to the worst case conclusions. Depression, major depression, causes something that we call cognitive distortion, right? Which can make these kinds of thought patterns worse. So that would be an example.
Dr. Ryan, we have a lot of diagnoses here. Did any of these diagnoses cause Tanner to commit the offense to which he pled guilty?
No.
Did any of these diagnoses lead you to believe that Tanner was insane at the time of the commission of the offense?
No.
You understand that he did plead guilty to
Yes.
this case. Is insanity part of a guilt innocence, or would it be part of the mitigation?
Well, it would be the guilt innocence because, one would do an evaluation to determine whether someone met that threshold for insanity, which would be that you didn't know the nature, character, or consequence of your act, or didn't realize that it was wrong. If that were the case, then it would go to an insanity trial, not a mitigation, not a sentencing hearing.
So just to put it in layman's terms, when we're talking about insanity, one of the issues is knowing right from wrong.
That's correct.
And that's not why we're here today.
Right.
Okay. Did any of these diagnoses prevent Tanner from knowing right from wrong?
No.
So why is it important to look at all these diagnoses if they don't give rise to a defense or an excuse to the offense?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, these diagnoses indicate that Mr. Horner is a severely compromised individual, and that is mitigating in understanding how he was functioning leading up to the offense, and what kinds of factors went into him thinking the way that he was thinking around the time of the offense. And, there's lots of other aspects of it that a jury might find mitigating in terms of his childhood and development to get him to the place where he is now.
And so with these diagnoses, do you believe that they are important to help the jury understand his behavior during the interrogations
Yes,
or during the offense itself?
yes.
What about during any phone calls after he was arrested?
Yes.
Would these diagnoses help the jury to understand why or how he wrote the letters that he did after or before his suicide attempt?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the evaluation of Mr. Horner. When conducting a forensic psychiatric evaluation, do you get personal information from the person that you're evaluating?
Yes.
Do you ask them the intimate details of their lives?
Yes.
Do you ask about traumatic events that may have occurred in their past?
Yes, I do.
Do you also talk about the facts of the case?
Yes.
Is it always easy for a person that you're interviewing to open up with you the moment you sit down?
It's not typical for them to open up the moment that I begin the evaluation, no.
Is it uncommon to not get the truth from the person the first time out?
It depends on the person, but it certainly can happen.
Is it, or do you find it uncommon that a person being evaluated might be less than honest about the traumas that they experienced?
Yes.
So why wouldn't a person just come out and say, this was my trauma, this was the bad thing that I did? Why is that so difficult?
Well, I think I would look at it in terms of neurotypical people and individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So even for neurotypical individuals, it can be very difficult to talk about traumas that happened in their lives. For example, sexual trauma, because they perceive it to be shameful. For someone with autism spectrum disorder, you've got the additional layering of difficulty with communication, knowing their own, basically knowing how they feel and being able to express how they feel.
Is that why it's so important for a clinician and an evaluator to build rapport with the person they're interviewing?
Yes.
Is rapport instantaneous?
Typically not, no.
So does it sometimes take several visits to develop that rapport with someone?
It depends on the individual, but it can. And it's not, excuse me, it's not so much rapport as, a sense of, I would say, safety in terms of that person is less likely to judge the trauma that you might be revealing.
Is that one of the reasons why you spend so much time with the one-on-one evaluations?
That's one reason. It's also to, understand about consistencies and inconsistencies with collateral sources and within the evaluation.
Dr. Ryan, I want to talk to you about the facts of this case. Now, during your evaluation with Mr. Horner, did Tanner talk to you about the facts in this case?
Yes.
Did this happen the first visit?
No,
Did it happen on the second visit?
I don't believe so. I didn't ask him anything about the offense on the first visit. I typically don't.
Well, why don't you ask anything about the offense on the first visit typically?
Because that is often a very difficult thing for individuals to talk about. And I don't want to disengage or shut down the interview by asking about the facts in the first interview.
What do you mean by shutting down?
Not talking any further or feeling so uncomfortable or so anxious that they don't provide the kind of information that I need to put the whole picture together. So there's a lot more information that I needed than just information about the offense itself. In order to understand more about what happened with Athena, I needed to know about him. I needed to know what led up to this. I needed to know things about his background, all of that stuff. And I'm typically not willing to compromise that by jumping into the offense right off.
Do you find it more productive to wait?
Yes.
And talk about the offense later?
Yes, that probably would have been a briefer way to say that, yes.
I want to talk to you about what Tanner told you about the offense, okay? Did he tell you why he picked up Athena and placed her in that truck?
Yes.
And why did he do that?
She saw him snorting cocaine.
Dr. Ryan, you mentioned the word earlier that, and I cut you off on that one, but I'm going to bring it up now. You mentioned the word catastrophize. What does that mean?
That means immediately and with a lot of emotional valence or a lot of emotion, believing that the worst possible thing is going to happen. Regardless of how minor the event might be.
You had the opportunity to see some of the video of the incident, and you reviewed some of the records related to the transcripts. Based upon your conversation with Tanner and the evidence in this case that you reviewed, is it your opinion that this was one of those moments that Tanner catastrophized?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Well, there's more to the catastrophizing in a lot of respects is due to his autism, right? But layer on that, his ADHD and his depression. He immediately jumped to the conclusion that Athena saw him snorting cocaine, and so she was going to tell, and he was going to lose his job, which meant that he was not going to be able to support his son. He was going to lose his son, and that couldn't happen. And he's been sort of laser focused on his son for a long time. And his son was living with his fiance's mother, and he had limited contact with his son, and was distraught over that. And when he thought he was going to lose his job, that was going to be the end.
Was that a reasonable jump from point A to point Z?
Completely unreasonable.
And is that jump from point A to point Z related to any of the other diagnoses other than the autism? Or is it just kind of a combination of everything that's been going on?
I think it's the compounding. I think that the autism was definitely a major component of that. But I think that the impulsivity that goes along with ADHD, the major depression, I think that he's also very emotionally reactive related to his own past trauma. But I think that in that moment, that catastrophizing around, she saw me using the cocaine, she's going to tell on me, I'm going to lose my job, that's the end for me, I'm going to lose my son, was what went into this.
So after Tanner has Athena in his truck, did he tell you what happened next?
Well, getting up to that point, there was, from what he told me, he didn't know what he was going to do initially. He was having trouble kind of thinking at that point once he was convinced that he was going to lose his job because of Athena seeing him do this. He kind of didn't know what to do. And so he said that he, said there's something in the truck, and he was going to look for something. Do you want me to?
Well, I'm going to stop you right there for a moment. I want to fast forward a little bit.
Okay.
To Athena is already in the truck. Did he talk to you about assaulting Athena?
Eventually.
Did he deny it at first?
Yes.
So, did you believe him when he first denied it?
No.
Why not?
Because I had read the transcript, and I knew, in my opinion, what had gone on in the truck. He had covered the camera, so one couldn't see it. But from what the transcript was, I later heard the audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
But even before that, reading the transcript was enough.
So, at any time, did you challenge Tanner on the lies that he told you?
Yes.
Was he eventually able to tell you what had happened?
Yes, to the best of his ability, I think.
Did he have any difficulty talking with you about it at first?
Yes.
What was his demeanor when talking about this?
It was the only other time that he had a similar demeanor was talking about his own rape when he was 10. He was halting. He had what I would call an autonomic reaction, which is very difficult to fake, the autonomic nervous system. He was flushed. His breathing was different than it had been before. His eyes were downcast in much the same way as he had talked about this other episode.
What did that mean to you as a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, independently as a forensic psychiatrist, not much, but in context with everything else that I knew and had spent time with him talking about, my opinion was that he was deeply ashamed, and that was a major factor in his lying and hesitancy to talk about what had happened. And I felt in talking with him at that moment, in my opinion, he appeared to be quite remorseful about what he had done.
Dr. Ryan, after this attempted assault, did he tell you about what he did to try to kill Athena?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
In detail?
If you could just give us a brief overview.
Okay, he said that, I should backtrack a little bit. You know, he was pretty clear that he did not decide to kill Athena until she was in the truck. And then he began to think, now I'm in even worse trouble than he was before. I think he described it as it snowballed into an avalanche. And he then said that he knew he had to kill her. And he tried to make it, as he put it, as painless and quick as possible. So he tried to, as he put it, I think his words were snap her neck. But it's not like in the movies, and it wasn't working. And so he attempted to strangle her. And he had a number of attempts to strangle her, which were unsuccessful.
Now, what did you make of the several attempts that it took? And of what significance did you place on that?
In my opinion, it was a combination of ambivalence and incompetence.
In this particular scenario, would that be consistent with sadism?
That was not my opinion. That he was deriving any pleasure out of her suffering. Actually, it made him more and more dysregulated.
What do you mean by dysregulated?
More distressed, more unable to think clearly, just having more difficulty thinking rationally than usual when he already has trouble with that.
Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned covering the camera lens. I have a question for you. If a person was trying to cover up an offense or prevent other people from seeing them committing an offense, would it make more sense to cover up the lens before you commit the offense or after you commit it?
Did y'all check this as speculation on her part?
Sustained.
In your professional opinion, is what I'm asking, is would it make more sense to cover up a lens before committing an offense if you wanted people to not see it?
I'll still object to speculation.
Understood. I'll let her answer that based on her evaluations.
It would make more sense to cover it up before you did anything than after or in the midst of.
What does that tell you about Tanner's thought processes throughout that incident?
Oh, they're not linear, and he's not really thinking in a strategic manner in terms of the way that, in a strategic criminal manner.
And Dr. Ryan, you had started to tell us about some of the stressors that Tanner had been experiencing leading up to this event. And I wanted to go back to some of that, okay? Were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was under any significant amount of stress leading up to this event?
Yes, he was under a significant amount of stress.
And, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Dr. Ryan, I'm going to back up and ask my last question before our break, okay? And we were talking about the stressors that Tanner had going on in his life leading up to this event. Were you able to determine whether he was under a significant amount of stress just in the months prior to this?
Yes.
Is stress and anxiety different for a neurodivergent person versus a neurotypical person?
Yes.
How so?
Well, there are ways, of course, in which it's similar in terms of anxiety, worry, except one of the difficulties in about 50% of individuals with autism spectrum disorder is that they have significant deficits in understanding their own emotions and being able to express their own emotions. So there is the perception that they are significantly distressed, but they can't name what the emotion is. And that ends up being problematic because if you can't name your own emotions, it's very difficult for you to be able to understand what other people are feeling. And so it's also very difficult for you to regulate your emotions. So for example, if you're feeling depressed, if you're feeling sad, I'm not talking about clinical depression, but if someone's feeling sad about something, you might take steps to remediate that. Or if you're feeling anxious about a situation, you might either, for example, if you're feeling anxious about preparing for a test, you may study harder. You might, do some meditation or exercising. You've learned kind of what it is that you're experiencing and what you need to do to kind of improve your state. Mr. Horner doesn't have that capacity.
I want to talk about some of the stressors that were going on in Tanner's life at that time. Are these incidents documented in the report that has been offered into evidence in this case?
Yes, they are.
I want to talk about just a few of them that are noted in your report. In your report, you had noted that Tanner was having problems with his fiancée. Before becoming pregnant with Tanner's child, was the fiancée working and contributing to the household?
Yes, she was also working double shifts at times throughout most of the pregnancy.
Were they able to make ends meet at that time?
Yes, they had some financial pressures. They had a number of moves, but yes, they were able to kind of keep their heads above water.
So after Tanner's child and Tanner's son was born, was his fiancée still able to work?
No, she, and this is from the information that he provided, his grandmother provided, and his fiancée herself provided. She had a severe postpartum depression, and this lasted about a year, in which she was not working, and not only was not working, but was not really able to care for the baby adequately, and was spending most of the time in bed.
So even though she wasn't working, were they still trying to maintain the social lifestyle that they had while she was working?
Yes.
Did this cause problems financially?
Yes. There was a lot of, for example, almost all the meals were DoorDash or Grubhub kind of meals, a lot of money being spent in that way.
You had said that the severe postpartum depression had led to her staying in bed. Who picked up the slack while the fiancé was not able to take care of the child?
Well, Tanner Horner himself was picking up some of that slack, but especially toward, leading up to the offense, he was working about 6 days a week. And so very long shifts. There's the issue of after he took about a week off in May after he was very depressed and suicidal, and they switched his route so that it was no longer the route that he had in Azle, which he was very familiar with. And so that was a significant stressor.
And I want to get back to the problems at home, okay? Where were Tanner and his fiancee living at the time of the event?
They were living in the shed behind his grandmother's house.
Where was their child living?
Well, especially when there was, for a time the baby lived with them, but then when it got to the point where he might be starting to walk, crawl, actually even crawl, they felt that it was a very unsanitary environment. Cassie was too impaired to be taking care of the house. I mean, the shed was bad enough even before. And the house, because there were limitations on his grandmother, I was told there was dog feces on the floor. It was extraordinarily unsanitary. And so the decision was made that the baby would stay with Cassie's mother.
And we're not going to talk about the names.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It's you've spent a lot of time with these people, so I understand the slip, so that's okay. So at any point did Tanner, his fiancee, live with his fiancee's mother?
Yes, and grandmother and other people in the home.
So it sounds like they had a full house over there as well?
Yes.
After they had moved out of the mother's home and back into the shed behind his grandmother's house, did he have the opportunity to spend any time with his son?
Some, but not very much.
And what kind of impact did this have on his mental health?
It certainly contributed to him becoming more depressed, feeling more desperate. There were a lot of other things that happened around that time. As I mentioned, his route was changed. His contract was sold off to another company. The car broke down, which created problems.
So after he moved out of the fiance's mother's home and back home, who all was living in that home? Or I should say the shed behind his grandmother's home. Who all was living in that home?
Mr. Horner and his fiancée.
And in the main house?
His grandmother, his mother, and his brother.
Did they have any pets?
Many pets.
Based on your interviews with the family members and with Tanner, what was the environment there? Was it calm and serene, or was it chaos?
It was
or somewhere in between?
It was very chaotic.
How can that kind of chaos affect a person who is on the spectrum?
Well, it can affect that individual in a number of ways. So first of all, there's the sensory issues that someone on the spectrum has. There was arguing, there was loudness. Then there is the need for, kind of sameness and routine that someone on the spectrum has. And that was definitely disrupted.
Dr. Ryan, you noted in your report that Tanner had also been having difficulties and issues with his own mental health. What kind of mental health issues was he having in the months leading up to this event?
Feeling increasingly anxious, hopeless about the situation. And some of that hopelessness was, in my opinion, clearly a product of his severe depression. because shortly before the offense, Cassie had actually gotten a job. I mean, they still had, significant stressors. The car had broken down, and they didn't have their child, and they didn't have enough money in order to move out. And that was the whole thing, to move out, get their own place so that they could get their child back. So he was feeling increasingly hopeless, desperate, and anxious, in addition to the depression and then his baseline deficits in terms of how he deals with stress and problems.
Was it during this time that Tanner had the suicidal ideation of walking into traffic?
That was, I believe, around May, when he went to get mental health treatment. He told and I believe he told me, but in the record it was that he had told the person who evaluated him that the only thing that kept him from killing himself was his son, the thought of his son.
And Dr. Ryan, you had mentioned that Tanner's roots had changed and that was causing significant stress in his life. Tell me more about that. Why would a change of route on for a delivery man cause such stress?
His previous route he was very familiar with. He was very familiar with the area. He had essentially grown up much of the time there. He had a sort of routine in terms of how he would be able to deliver packages. I think the reality is his new route or route it might have been a bit anxiety provoking at the beginning for someone who was neurotypical. It took him much longer to deliver packages. I guess from what he told me, the driveways were much longer on this route. He was much less efficient, and his workday was far longer than it had been before.
Generally speaking, how long does it take someone who is neurodivergent to settle into a new routine? Does it take longer than a neurotypical person?
Yes, it would take longer. And, one of the things that he told me was typically prior to his son, he would have quit his job. He wouldn't have been able to handle it. And he had left multiple jobs. Like one time, he left his job at Outback Steakhouse because the dishes were piled too high. Part of it is that he had to methodically clean every single plate a certain way, which is why the dishes piled up. But, he just walked out one day because it just got too overwhelming for him. The thing that kept him from doing that in this job was the recognition that as he put it, he needed to work.
Dr. Ryan, I want to switch gears a bit, okay? During your forensic evaluation, did you discuss any past trauma with Tanner?
Yes.
What role does past trauma play in a person's current life?
Well, significant trauma, we know now, does create brain changes, particularly childhood trauma, and can create a situation where that thinking and rational part of your brain, that frontal lobe, sort of is overtaken by another part of your brain called the amygdala, which is part of the limbic system, which is that emotional part of your brain. So that, you don't process threat, for example, in the same way as someone who doesn't have significant trauma, that you're much more likely to be super sensitive to threat. So I think that you take someone who's got autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, major depression, and has a significant trauma history, and you've got what I mentioned before, these compounding effects that when under stress, they're just not functioning in any way, even at their baseline, let alone what someone who's neurotypical would.
Is there a difference in how trauma or childhood trauma affects brain development versus maybe trauma that we experience later in life?
Well, the research shows that because brains are still under development, particularly in childhood, and even up to age maybe your early to mid 20s, that these traumatic insults have a more significant effect than they would for an adult with a fully developed or mature brain. And the frontal lobe is the sort of last part of our brains to fully develop.
We have heard evidence today, or over the last couple of weeks, about Tanner's home life and about what it was like growing up in that home. I want to focus some more on specific traumas that Tanner had endured. Did Tanner suffer any significant traumas during his life other than just the basic home life that we've discussed before?
Yes.
What types of traumas did he suffer?
Well, there was severe bullying, which has been described. Bullying in school, bullying in high school. That is, we know, that is traumatic. Even for, if the bullying is severe, that's traumatic even for neurotypical individuals. One of probably the biggest trauma was a rape at age 10.
Were there any other traumas that you noted that related to his mother and his mother's drug use?
Yes. There are two instances where he walked in on her in the bathroom after she had overdosed. One time when I think he was very young, and I believe his grandmother and mother had mentioned that. And another time when he was older, whether he was around 12 or 10, I'm not sure. But he actually found her passed out and with her pants down, which was a very upsetting event for him. Passed out on the toilet, and he thought that she was dead.
What kind of effect could that have? I mean, finding your mother passed out on the toilet thinking that she's dead, how could that affect a child?
It's a very traumatic event. It would be traumatic for anyone, right? Let alone someone who has difficulty processing their feelings, being able to rationally think. I believe he went and got his grandmother, who fortunately was in the home, but just feeling completely powerless, not knowing what to do, and believing that his mother might be dead.
You talk about compounding effects of diagnoses. Are there compounding effects of childhood trauma?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
Well, your what I had mentioned before, your trauma can affect the brain in such a way that it's called you no longer have a top-down effect, where during stressful situations you're able to rationally think your way out of them. You're more on emotional overdrive, and your emotions are basically taking over. And the more traumatic events that you experience, the more the more of a deficit state you're potentially going to have. That situation is going to get worse. So I would say that that's what, there's trauma upon trauma. Now, there's a significant amount of trauma in his life that he was not able to express to me how he felt about the trauma. It was only with these very significant ones that he was able to express any kind of emotion or thinking about what was going on, because they were kind of overwhelming.
You had mentioned some of these traumas. One of the traumas that you had mentioned was the fact that Tanner had been sexually assaulted. How old was he when that occurred?
10.
What happened?
What he explained to me was that he and 2 other kids were setting little brush fires in a field and peeing them out. And one of them got out of control and came close to the house. It was put out by the landlord of the property and somebody else. And his mother afterward told him to go over and apologize to the landlord, who he went over there and subsequently was raped by the landlord.
Were you able to corroborate Tanner's story?
Well, there was no witnesses to it, actually, but there was information that hung together with it in such a way. First of all, it was how he narrated the event to me. He was deeply ashamed. He kept saying that he didn't want anyone to know. He didn't want his mother and his grandmother to know. They would think that he was gay if it was revealed. As I say, he was very distraught as he told me about this. He said that for about 2 years after this, he struggled with a lot of symptoms of PTSD, intrusive thoughts, nightmares. He also hated to go to the bathroom, hated to defecate, because he didn't want to wipe himself because it reminded him of the abuse. It was anal intercourse. And so he would hold his stool. He didn't want to go to the bathroom in school. He only wanted to use his own bathroom at home. And so consequently, he became constipated. There was and his mother and grandmother did indicate that he had some trouble. They were kind of vague with constipation and smearing. That's a problem with kids who hold their stool. They end up having some leakage from around the hard stool. And also there was a medical record when he was about 19 that indicated that he had significant bleeding from hemorrhoids and had gone to the emergency department for this. Now, constipation is a major, you got to think in a 19-year-old, what would be the cause of that significant hemorrhoid and rectal bleeding? Hemorrhoids would be one. There are much more serious disorders like cancers, whatever, that were ruled out.
And Dr. Ryan, I want to switch gears again. During your interview with, or let me back up, in preparation for your interview with Tanner, did you review the interrogation videos?
Yes.
I think we can agree that during those interrogation videos, there were a lot of lies that Tanner told.
Yes.
He lied to the FBI officers. He lied about not knowing anything about the abduction. Lied about where he hid Athena's body. And he lied about several other things. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Based on your training and your experience as a forensic psychiatrist, why do you think he lied?
To stay out of trouble.
Is that uncommon?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about what we see in some of those interrogations. There was, now, just going to come right out and ask, I'm going to talk to you about zero, okay? Does Tanner meet the criteria for multiple personality disorder?
Well, it's called dissociative identity disorder now, but no, he does not, in my opinion.
So how do you reconcile this with the interrogation where he's claiming to have this alter ego named Zero?
In my opinion, I think that the police did an excellent job of making him more comfortable. I think that he wanted, in my opinion, I think he wanted to confess, and this made it easier to do so as sort of a third person rather than, himself.
And Dr. Ryan, did you hear the testimony of Dr. Fritz regarding her experience with level 1 autism patients and speaking about themselves in the third person?
I think I'm not sure that I did about that. I tried to watch some of it, but I had some connectivity issues, and I didn't see all of it.
Well, in your practice, and based upon the patients that you have observed, do you find that it's easier for them to speak about themselves in the third person?
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's easier to do that and kind of distance yourself from it.
What do you mean by distancing yourself from it?
Distancing yourself from what happened. It's kind of moving closer and closer to, taking some responsibility.
Do you think that Tanner actually believed that the officers were buying his act?
Yes, I think he believed that they were because of his deficits in perspective thinking. I mean, I think that anybody who would have seen that video would have known that it was not legitimate. But if they knew anything about dissociative identity disorder, MPD, but I think he believed that they believed him.
Does this go into what we were referring to as the theory of mind?
Yes.
How so?
Well, he has an impaired ability to recognize what other people are thinking and feeling. And that is related to the autism spectrum disorder. Many individuals with autism have that problem.
In your experience, do you ever find that when someone who is on the autism spectrum is being questioned or pressured into giving an answer, do they ever just give an answer to make it stop?
Yes, I mean, not even, you don't have to have autism spectrum disorder to do that. People can do it who are neurotypical.
During your evaluation of Tanner, did you find this to be true with him?
At times, I'm trying to think of specific times, and I'm blanking at this point, but yes, if there were times, particularly around the offense, that I ended up pressuring him, I'm sure. And then, the question comes up then, how comfortable was I with the fact that what I pressured him into potentially saying was actually reliable and accurate. And then that comes up with putting it together with the totality of everything else that I had. in terms of the evidence that I saw and, you know, the rest of the evaluation.
As a part of the records that you reviewed in this case, did you have the opportunity to review the letter that Tanner wrote to Athena Strand's parents?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that letter. You had mentioned before that about autism and people on the spectrum being able to show their emotions. Explain to me and explain for the jury, you know, can someone with autism feel emotions?
Yes.
Do people that are on the spectrum have difficulty expressing those emotions that they feel?
Yes, they can.
And is that kind of what we call alexithymia?
Yes.
What, explain what alexithymia is.
It's a trait that of being, and about 50% or more of individuals with autism spectrum disorder have this, of being unable to understand and express your own emotions.
Based upon your evaluation of Tanner, do you believe that he also dealt with alexithymia?
Yes.
When you made that observation, at the time, did you have the report from Dr. Fritz, who also noted alexithymia?
No.
So your conclusions were independent of each other?
Yes, I didn't get her report until after my evaluation and prepared my report.
So how might someone with alexithymia present to another?
In what situation?
Well, what I'm getting at is, you said that they had difficulty expressing their emotions.
Right.
When someone has difficulty expressing their emotions, is it possible for the emotions that they do express to be misconstrued?
Oh, yes.
How so?
Well, you know, throughout Mr. Horner's life, and I observed this during the evaluation, he interacts with people in ways that are off-putting, in ways that can be perceived as, for example, arrogant, as a know-it-all. That's just a couple of examples. But his ability to perceive what others are thinking of him is very disturbed. Now, I want to explain that this alexithymia is not an all or none thing, right? And his ability to recognize his emotions and express them would be improved under conditions that are more structured, for example, and less emotionally dysregulating.
So getting back to the letter that Tanner had written to his parents, in reading that letter, how can you gauge what is a true expression of emotion?
You know, I think when you read that letter, when I read that letter, I read it kind of in two ways, right? As a non-psychiatrist and as a psychiatrist who has a lot of experience with individuals with autism spectrum disorder. As a regular person, there's elements of it that are pretty kind of infuriating in some ways. It seems like he's making excuses for himself, and you know, you say, like, what in the world? You know, this isn't the place for this. On the other hand, having spent so many hours with him and recognizing how he moves through the world, in my opinion, he was expressing remorse. He felt genuinely awful about what he had done. He recognized as much as he could that he had brought pain to parents because he is a parent himself. And in my opinion, that was as far as he could go, and it was genuine that he felt terrible about what he had done and wanted to express that.
Was that feeling consistent throughout your interviews with him when he spoke about the event?
When he spoke about Athena and the event, yes.
And Dr. Ryan, I promise I'm almost done. I just have one other issue area that I want to get into with you, okay? What is the AAPL?
That is the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law.
What do they do?
Well, it's an organization, basically of forensic psychiatrists, and forensic psychiatry is the is the clinical and scientific application of psychiatry to legal questions and issues. So this is an organization of forensic psychiatrists, and they are involved in teaching, education. Their mission is to, one of their missions is to promote a high standard of forensic evaluation.
Do they publish guidelines related to forensic evaluations?
Yes.
Are these mandates?
They're not mandates, no. They're guidelines, recommendations to assist psychiatrists in performing a variety of types of forensic evaluations: insanity, competency to stand trial, civil evaluations, capital evaluations.
So are these basically just a set of best practices for forensic psychiatrists to use when doing these enumerated evaluations?
Typically, yes.
And typically, should a person, or should a doctor who is doing one of these evaluations follow those guidelines?
Yes, I mean, there certainly can be deviations, right? Because every evaluation can be somewhat different because individuals are different. But if you deviate substantially from the guideline, you should have a very good reason for doing so.
Should someone practicing forensic psychiatry for 20 or 30 years, should they at least be aware of these guidelines?
Yes.
When you conducted your forensic psychiatric evaluation of Tanner in this case, did you follow the guidelines set forth by the AAPL?
Yes. I hesitate because I've gone over them so many times with fellows that I'm teaching that I didn't read it before I went in to talk to Mr. Horner. But yes, I'm very familiar with them.
Dr. Wright, I want to talk to you a little bit about how Tanner has adjusted to his time in jail.
Counsel.
Dr. Ryan, how well has Tanner adjusted to his time in jail?
He appears to have adjusted well.
When he was in Wise County Jail, did he have any disciplinary infractions? Did he have any write-ups?
I believe that there was an incident where he was hitting a wall. I don't know if it was with his head or with his fist or whatever, and didn't stop when told, and so was placed in a restraint chair for a few minutes. I'm not sure if that was Wise or Tarrant County, actually.
So,
That was it.
during your time that you saw him in Tarrant County, did you review the records?
Yes.
And did he have any disciplinary write-ups?
I did not see any.
Do you believe, based upon your evaluation and what you have reviewed, do you believe that Tanner poses a threat to other inmates if sentenced to prison in this case?
I don't believe that he has a high potential for
Why is that?
any dangerousness. Why? Because, well, for a variety of reasons. First of all, his particular disorders make him much more likely to be prey than a predator in a prison environment. He doesn't, understand social cues. He acts in ways that would probably, piss people off in prison. Also, prison is a very structured environment with varying layers of structure. And also, he doesn't have a past history that would be compatible with being a major violence risk in a prison environment. And also, for example, his mental health, his depression, anxiety, that can be treated also in a prison environment. He is not going to have access to substances. Those are just a few.
You mentioned prey, not predator. What did that mean?
I think that he's much more likely to be assaulted than to assault prisoners.
You also mentioned structure. How important is a structure to someone who is on the autism spectrum?
It's very important, and that lack of structure was part of what kind of brought him to the point that he was at. Lack of routine, lack of structure. Structure is very important, and prison is a very structured environment. He'll know there'll be routines, and he'll know what those are.
Do you feel that someone who is on the autism spectrum would be able to function properly in a structured environment such as prison?
Yes.
You had mentioned that you looked at his history. Did Tanner have a history of violence?
He had a history of some assaults. They were more, kind of flailing out in response to bullying, for example. There was an incident where I believe he got into an altercation and spit on someone's car. There were, fights in high school. Of course, in school he was very badly bullied, but they were not major violent episodes where he seriously harmed anybody.
Well, Dr. Ryan, what I'm getting at is when Tanner had these episodes or incidents, were they instances of him being aggressive or were they instances of him being reactive?
More reactive, and his aggression has been mostly toward himself.
The last thing I want to talk to you about are some of the other diagnoses that may or may not be at issue in this case. First of all, what is psychopathology?
Some people consider it to be the study of mental disorders. Other people just see it as mental disorders, mental pathology.
So is psychopathology the same as psychopathy?
No.
Is there a diagnosis in the DSM for psychopathy?
No.
I want to talk to you about antisocial personality disorder. Based upon your review of the records and your evaluation of Tanner, does he meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
He does not.
Why do you say that?
Well, in terms of what the criteria for antisocial personality disorder is, a persistent pattern of violating the rights of others. You have to, at least, you don't have to be diagnosed with conduct disorder before the age of 15, but you have to meet those criteria for conduct disorder, and he does not.
Explain to the jury what a paraphilic disorder is.
A paraphilic disorder is a disorder in which an individual has persistent sexual arousal to something or someone other than consenting, mature individuals.
Was there any indication in Tanner Horner of a paraphilic disorder?
No.
Does sexual sadism fall under a paraphilic disorder?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that what we saw in the video did not constitute sadism. What about sexual sadism?
In my opinion, it did not. No.
Why not?
Well, in my opinion, he was not aroused in any way by her suffering, by Athena's suffering. He, in my opinion, the multiple attempts were more, as I mentioned before, related to his ambivalence and his incompetence at doing what he was trying to do.
And lastly, doctor, I want to ask you about pedophilic disorder. What is that?
That is a paraphilia, one of the paraphilias, persistent sexual fantasies, urges, interests, lasting at least 6 months or more toward prepubescent children.
Did Tanner meet the criteria for pedophilic disorder?
No.
Why not?
Well, there's no indication from anything that I read that he had a sexual attraction to, there was no child pornography in any of the discovery. This, in my opinion, was an aberrant event, and he did not have a history of an attraction to children.
I'll pass the witness.
Other people are telling me I need to sit down. Okay, so we'll come back in the morning and finish with Dr. Brian. The van is on its way. They're saying probably around 5 o'clock, so I think I'm going to get you out of here in time. Okay? So enjoy the afternoon. Stay safe. We'll see you in the morning.